Right, check. Right, are we live? I think we are. I think we're live. Finally. It's only took an hour. It's only took an hour to go live. Right, bear with me a minute, guys. Just gotta get my windows set up here. Bear with me. I think we're live. Hey! Fat.
Fate 401 just resubscribed for 31 months.
Damn, that's loud. That's loud. Hey, Carlos. What up, dude? Canucks. What? How you doing? 3D Medic. Right, we are live. We are good to go. What up, people? Let me just make these screens a little bit bigger. Okay. Finally, we are live. Waxman, Robert, Pico. How are we doing? It's been a while. It has, mate. Yeah, welcome. I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you? It has been a while. I've had a lot going on in life, unfortunately. 3D Medic, how are you doing? Good to hear, Carlos. Trying to decide on a soldering station, what do you use? I use the Hakko FX 951, which you can't buy anymore, but I do recommend the 971. And I use a Atten ST 862D. How are we doing, everyone? Yeah, so I've had a lot going on recently. Unfortunately, just haven't been able to stream. Life getting in the way, or lack of thereof. Yeah. Hey, Andrew. You finally got your fix. How you doing, mate? Dennis, Wavy, Trey. Colourful Coil. 7 Blue. Voltron. Cole, how's it going, mate? How are we all doing? Hope we're all well. Yeah, so yeah, life's got in the way. I've had a lot going on. Won't get into it. Long story short, people have died. Yeah, it is one of them things, unfortunately. But we won't get into it. Rare stream, yeah. Rare stream. Hey, hype train incoming. Really? Nice. What's a treasure train? A treasure train just started in your channel. Participants save 35% on 5 or more gifted subs at level 2. Really? Fuck off, Twitch. Fuck off. Subspot, glad you're back. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. How's it going, Joey? Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. I just haven't been able to do much, unfortunately. But we're back. Don't know how long for, but we're back. Alright, I'll start off with an easy one anyway. I'm going to do a PS4 controller. My Stream Deck still isn't working. Don't know why. Let me help you with the hype train. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, mate. I don't know what that was, but thank you, Andy. What is that? Is that some sort of bits? I don't know. Twitch has changed way too much.
Just subscribed on Twitch.
90 Fever Ghost. Really? 95 Ghost, you moron. Thank you, Ghosts. I appreciate you, mate. I appreciate you. Muchas gracias, senor. It was bits, right? Okay. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Muchas gracias. Ay, ay, ay. Buenos míos, amigo. I'm bilingual now. I'll talk bullshit as well. Part of life, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. 20 minutes with your internet. Yeah, I don't know what went on. I've been trying for an hour to get it working. Alright, I'm only fixing this controller as a little bit of a favour to the person who sent it, because she's a regular customer. She's got a dodgy charger port, but she hasn't sent it in for that. She sent it in for stick drift. So I'm going to load up Edge, and then I'm going to load up the DualShock calibration GUI. Hey, thank you, Carlos.
Yeah, you can change the icon of the bit sexy.
I did not know that. Thank you, mate. Alright, so yeah, that's bouncing around a little bit on the left stick. And on the right stick, actually. Let's have a look. It's working. Well, like I said, it is bouncing around a little bit. But I want the sticks changing anyway. It's not drifting, but ugh, it is a little bit crunchy. But yeah, okay. Cool, we're going to change the sticks anyway. It's fine. Charger port's a little bit broken, but they haven't sent it in for that. And I don't have any charger ports, so I can't really do much about that. I think this is a fake controller, to be honest. I've got a bag full of controllers down by the side of me, which I bought the other day as a job lot, and I can't work on them because I need to order the controllers for charger ports for them. TMR, no, just standard sticks. Just standard sticks. These controllers get used by autistic kids. And as a parent of an autistic child myself, I know full well that TMR sticks are a complete waste of time because they're going to get broken anyway. I'll try to up with some soldering now. I mean, I'll try, but I'll see if I can push it in a little bit. But hot cows, Jesse. Feckless, is that? Rotary, sorry if I was pronouncing that wrong. YouTube's chat is really small, I don't know why. Oh god. Really? There's no... Wait, there isn't a screw there, is there? Surely. Is there? You're not a screw, so why are you not coming apart? I was going to say, there's never a screw under there. Hello? Thank you. God, that was stuck on there pretty well, wasn't it? Alright. I was going to say, even if it's a fake controller, there shouldn't be a screw underneath this sticker here. So, yeah. Anyway. I'm going to get this thing apart. I haven't worked on a PS4 controller for a while. think it is a fake controller. Pretty sure it is. Hey, Bugsy. How you doing, dude? Bugsy from Birmingham. Alright. Maserati Quattraport. Couldn't do the ABS module. What's is it a motorbike or? I do not know much about that sort of stuff. I don't know anything actually. I find that the third party ones are starting to get as good as the first party ones. Yeah, they're not too bad. I mean, when it comes to you like kids using them, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? But I won't work on a like licensed third party controller. I don't mind working on these, but like for example, I've got down here. So I've got this bag of controllers here, and I bought all of these off a guy for 20 quid. So I've got one of these Nikon PS4 Revolution Unlimited controllers. There's not really much I can do with it because this is broke, so I can't really do much with it unless I can source some parts for it. But I'll probably find it pretty difficult to source parts for it, so I'll probably whack it on eBay as spares for a tenner. But I've got this one, this PS5 controller, that PS4 controller, that PS4 controller minus the viscous paste, that PS4 controller, and that PS4 controller, all for 20 quid, so can't really complain. So I will try and fix them for a video or something. I just need to strip them all down, find out what charger ports are needed for them, so as I can obviously order the parts I need, and then I can refurb them all. Bag of goodies, yeah. All good. Didn't reply to my Facebook message, proper knob. Yeah, I am, to be fair. You are not wrong. You are correct, sir. I am indeed, as you say, proper knob. Ugh, sticky. Icky. Get out of there, you bastard. Alright. Anyway. Nice. I'll deal with that later. I shall deal with that later. Let's grab my board holders. Do. Where's my other one? Where's my other one? Checking up on you. Oh, that's all good, mate. I'm not sure, mate. I need to sort out a few more important things in life at the minute, to be honest. It's a steal. It is, yes, definitely. 20 quid for the lot. I think the guy wanted some money for weed, to be honest. Not gonna lie. I think he just wanted some money for weed, which is fine by me. Alright, anyway, let's hot air these out. I'm going to go for 390 degrees Celsius. You smoke it too? I definitely don't. But I also don't judge people who do smoke it. Each to their own, man. Come on, you benchode. Ah, nice. Some nice melty plastic there. Get out! Do it now! Ow! Ow! Tweezers are hot. I said benchode, not penchode. Benchode. Benchode, however you freaking pronounce it. Yeah, sister fucker. Sorry, Bugsy. Anyway. Ah, damn it. I ain't got my HDMI cable plugged in. Hang on. Un momento, señor. So annoying sometimes. Yeah. Right, I need to zoom in on this chat, man. I can't read it. It's too small. There we go. You're a funny fucker. Please no terrible Arnold impression. Why not? Do you not want me to be back? Anyway. Do. Scrape away this plastic. 'Cause we've got to. Well, we haven't got to, but we will. Scrape away this plastic too. Because we want to. Well, I don't want to, but I've got to. Get out! Do it now! Thank you. Rip motherboard. No, don't be silly, man. You stupid motherfucker. Do. Scrapey. Alright. This has been done before. And I left the flux everywhere. I want to see a trace rip off. Not gonna happen, my friend. Not gonna happen. I'm too good for that. You are, how do you say, an asshole, no? He's cozy. ginger technicians are quite rare. I still haven't seen one. Well, not a good one anyway. It's me, Mario. I'm gonna make a pepperoni pizza just the way my mama used to make. When did you swallow Mario? The same time your mama swallowed me. Millions of mini-me's. Yeah. Swallowed Goofy now. No, don't use it for flux. Hey. One day I'm going to Malta to big hotel. In the morning I go down to eat breakfast. I tell the waitress I want 2 pieces of toast. She bring me only 1 piece. I tell her I want 2 pieces. She say go to the toilet. I say you no understand, I want 2 pieces on my plate. She say you better not piss on the plate, you son of a bitch. I don't even know the lady and she calling me a son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. How's it going, homeless guys? I use your voice toothbrush. In the words of Mickey Mouse, well, alright, let's go. No, I was singing a song. Cheap ass text mentioned it. I was not speaking Polish. Left 2 pins get no flux. Nope. You know why? Because they're not deserving. Nah, go on. I'll give you some. I wasn't going to give him any solder either. But hey. Right, okay. Lee, Uber Micro Repairs, he's going to absolutely slight me for this. He's going to slight me for this. He's going to go, you don't need to wick them away, just drop the new ones in. No, Lee. I will wick them away because that's how I like to do it. Do a Pakistani accent? No bloody way. Yeah, so Lee's going to slate me for this, but I don't care. No one cares. I'm going to wick them away because I want to. Ooh, money. Thank you.
@Tabitha_Uber_Micro donated $2.66. We have been for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You alright, Tab? How's it going? Do you want to come for a cup of tea at the Nutter? Thanks for your money, Tab. Appreciate it. Always good to get money off the financing department. Yeah, I know you've been slating, mate. I don't care. I like to do it this way. I find it oddly satisfying. So, nah. Do 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 do. Just look how satisfying it is. Watch. Look how satisfying this is. Watch this. You ready? Okay. We're going to zoom in to the burnt flux. Alright. We're going to go... Watch this. You ready? Beautiful, mate. See? It's satisfying. I've got to flip it around though because some of the holes are not clearing out. There's only like 3 that I haven't cleared. It's fine. Now, I know you can just drop them in, but I like to solder them by hand with clear holes. I just find it satisfying. It's relaxing. Relaxing, it ain't too taxing. Boom. Use a sucker. I could, but yeah, kind of on chat at the minute. No, I don't use solder suckers for this. Okay.
Subscribed for 2 months. Question with how expensive RAM is becoming nowadays and the amount of abandoned or unrepairable PlayStation 5 I have here. Would it be possible to make a RAM stick using the RAM chips off of the PlayStation 5 or Xbox?
No, unfortunately it's not traditional RAM. It's GDDR5 and GDDR6. So it's not the same. It's like a quad channel video RAM slash standard memory hybrid thing. Unfortunately, so you couldn't use it to make standard RAM. Right, this one don't want to clear out. So what you do, you refill it. You refill it. And then you wick it again. Oops, I did it again. See? Easy. Hey, how's it going, Ryan? Oh, we've used a meter of wick. No, you just a ½ inch, 3/4 of an inch. And you can usually do like 3 or 4 holes with that ½ inch. Do. Now I just like to wick the holes away because it makes it easier to align the new sticks fully. But on top of that, it just makes it easier to drop the new sticks in. Because if you've got bent pins, like for example my sticks, they come in these things. Hang on. Yeah, them things. They just come in a bag like that, so chances are they've probably got bent pins. So I'll do it that way. just because I find it easier. And like I said, I find it oddly satisfying to do it. Don't know why, I just do. Uh, 2 terabyte what, Carlos? Oh, NVMe SSDs. Yeah, got ya. Yeah, they're not cheap. Unfortunately, they're not cheap at all. Nvidia's stock has tanked today. Last I checked, they lost like what, 5%, which is huge. Like a 5% loss is huge. Oh no, the CEOs can't afford another yacht. Thank you, MacGyver. How you doing, mate? How's it going, Lovin? Run while you can. Yeah. Sounds about right. Hmm. Money shot. Not that you can see it, but hey. Another one that's being really awkward. It doesn't matter because I can just whip him away from the other side. Or I can just add some solder to him. Half of these don't want to empty. Typical. He's doing this just to punish me for saying, I'd rather do this. I'd rather do it this way. Right, I think I've got them all. I'll double check in a second. Do. Can do.
Did you read my message?
No.
That if you get $200 looks an egg, yeah?
No.
Why?
Not a special occasion.
What?
It's not a special occasion.
It is me egging you.
You're not egging me.
Oh, you bad man. You brought me.
You egg me, I'm going to lock you in the fucking cupboard.
What?
I said, you egg me, I'm going to lock you in the cupboard. Yeah, there's a cup here.
If you want coffee, you got to let me egg ya.
I'll just drink the Red Bull I've got next to me.
I'll tip it in the garden. Oh, because I think for the road in there.
I'll bite your fucking hand off.
What?
I said, I'll bite your hand off.
Oh, yeah.
You can bring me a faggy while you're there. Actually, no, I've got one here. Egg him. Not a chance. Tab, you bored? Aww. It's such a shame. It's such a shame that Tab's bored because, to be honest, I only really stream for Tab. Just to entertain Tab. Sorry. Oh, look. Oh, sorry. We've got no bent pins on these. I guess I did all that for nothing. Sorry, Tab. My bad. Yoink. There you go. Those are not the right analogs. They're analogs for the Xbox. You can't use them. Don't care. Don't care. Oh, look. Got a bent pin on that one. That was hard to straighten. They're Xbox sticks. You can't use Xbox sticks on a PlayStation 4 controller. Don't care. Bod job. Don't care. Stick drift bad. Shut up, Smeghead. I know you're orange. Yep. Nah. That's the annoying orange. Beautiful. See, if I'd have just hot aired them in, I couldn't do this. Oh yeah. Couldn't do that with hot air, can ya? Look. You can't do this with hot air, can ya? What, you ready? When I get to keep it still. Can't do that with hot air. See? Costs less to buy a new one than have you fix it. No, it don't. Repair is always a viable option. If I'm working on it, it's viable for the customer. See? Can't do that with hot air. Why would you do this bit with hot air? That's just stupid. It is. Yeah, exactly. Meh, 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 meh. I mean, I could do it with hot air. I'm that good. I just don't want it. Who's the dickhead? I am. Philly boy, you got the fume extractor on. Who said that? Who said? Did someone say something? What's a fume extractor? No, I haven't, mate. I don't use one. We all die someday. Do 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 do. Do. I do, yes. Do hot air blindfolded, hanging from the ceiling with a vertical PS5. What's that dude's name? So we can call him out on the live stream. What's his name? I learned don't use plumber's flux. Yeah, probably not a good idea to use plumber's flux. Alright, anyway, perfectly aligned. Beautiful, mate. There you go. Perfect. Coil at Console Clinic. Yeah, that's the one. Fucking idiot. Imagine this guy on Facebook, right? So he's on some of the repair groups on Facebook, and the dude's bragging that he can take apart a PS5 and do a HDMI port blindfolded in like 40 minutes or something stupid like that. It's like, why would you even ever want to do it blindfolded? It's just absolutely pointless. You're just trying to make yourself look better than everyone else.
Why don't you?
Yeah, I am better than everyone else.
You wish.
I'm fucking awesome. I am the best in the business. So, be quiet. Thank you for the coffee. And leave me alone.
That's the wrong tag.
I knew that.
You won't let me.
I'll smoke two of them, won't I? Just... There you go. See? Twice the fun. Twice the fun, half the time. Twice the fun, half the time. Like when I have a threesome. I'll tell you what, guys, ladies and gents. Sarah was absolutely over the moon when I told her I wanted a threesome the other day. Boy, she was fucking livid when I told her she wasn't invited.
That joke's old.
Like your mum.
She's dead.
Exactly. Old
Not
and
yours.
dead. Hey, that's mean. Leave me alone, I'm trying to work.
You're a busy.
You're making an enemy. Yeah, sounds about right. I was happy too until I found out she isn't involved. No, Bugsy, it's you and your mama. And your sister, your benchild. Anyway. Oh dear. Anyway. You bastard. Yep. Are you just figuring that one out? But Alright. I'm not going to sit here and clean all of the buttons on this. Uh-oh. I don't know where that goes now. I think it goes there like that. It's fairly clean inside, so I'll clean the edges out, but other than that, it's fine. I'll turn that light off. Get the UR it doesn't have fuse, F7502. 7502 is on every PS5, mate. Or an equivalent, so it'll be F7502 will be the dialogue IC. Sorry, not the dialogue IC, the SBV IC. Yeah, it'll be where the SBV IC is. Not 7002, the other SBV, the one that's below the dialogue IC. It is there, you just have to find it on the different board revisions. I'm gonna dip and go play some games with my missus. You've got a missus? Okay, now. Tell her I said I'm sorry. See you later, dude. 8 months. Bit young for you, ain't she, mate? Sorry. I'm not sorry, but sorry. No, but can you blame me for not wanting to talk to you? Hey, he's my nephew, I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to be an arsehole. Do. You're on a mad one. Always, mate, always. I'm just having fun tonight. I'm just... Yeah. Just having fun. Alright. We good. We good. Damn. My eyes went blurry then. Sorry. Where's that? Yeah, there it is. It might help if I put the triggers back in, wouldn't it? My eyes have gone blurry. Might help if I put the freaking charger port back in, wouldn't it? I swear I know what I'm doing. Well, ish. I know what I'm doing, ish. Okay. God damn it. It's not falling out, battery. God damn it, you fucking son of a bastard. I hate these controllers. I wouldn't want to get an 18-year-old. Mate, I'm 37. I'm 38 in like 2 months. 18's a little bit young for me, mate. By about 10 years. There you go, finally. Right, I'll screw that together in a minute. Let's just test it first. Right, bear with me. Un momento. Calibrate stick center. There you go. Calibrate range. Hello? Why have you just uncentered? Right. That is absolutely fine. That one's a little bit... Right. It's fine. Let's try ranging it again. Ah, damn it. Yeah, that charger port's fucked. Why is that one so low? Eh. It's within range, it's fine. However, can you fine tune? You can't fine tune these ones, can you? It's fine. Quick test. I'm trying to hold the charger port in because the charger port's fucked. I don't have any to replace it with though. It's vibrating. And lights are changing. And I don't have a headphone jack, so whatever. Yeah, it'll do. Good enough. Good enough. It's calibrated. It could probably do with the charging port being replaced at some point. Could just be actually it could be my charger. Like it could be this cable because it's caked in flux and it's a little bit bent upwards as well. So it probably is my cable at this point. Probably need to get a new one. Oh well. How's it going, Arctic? Upgrade to USB-C charge port. It's not really worth it for these PS4 controllers these days. But yeah, there's that done anyway. Yeah, they don't take that long. Obviously I've been fucking around while I've been doing it, so it took me a little bit longer, but whatever. What sticks do I use for it? Standard Alps, well, genuine Alps sticks. These are the Xbox ones, but now you can calibrate the things. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference which ones you use. But yeah, if you're going to use standard sticks, just use genuine Alps because they are the best ones. But yeah, just them. Ugh. All right. What's next? Go any consoles? Yeah. I was just doing that because I was meant to do it this afternoon. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab a console to work on now. I'm back. Right, so, Pyroblaster, what did you need help with? We didn't see your message. Thought we were doing controllers. No, I was just doing that one. I might do another one in a bit. I might do a PS5 controller. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I got loads to do, so it's getting rather busy. So how's the restream been working for you? What as in the restream servers? They're fine since I've rebooted my internet. I've got 0 drop frames, so should be all good. Someone's breaking consoles. No, technicians are breaking consoles. Or at least technicians have broke this console. So let me just get the case off this because the customer's phone number's on the bottom of it. So this one been sent in by a guy who's worked on it. I think he's changed the HDMI port and since then it don't turn on. So we're going to have a look and see what we can do. Okay, this was reported as not turning on. Right, so what's going on? Is it blue light of death or what? Oh, there's no HDMI port. Damn it. Alright, well, let's just see if it boots up. There's no HDMI port in it. Okay, it does go to a white light. We are missing half the screws from here. They are in this packet here, along with the flex cable. Oh, you should have seen one of the ones I did yesterday. Oh, it was absolutely ridiculous. Someone in Wales had messed with it. You have YouTube open but don't answer. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't see every message, mate, because when I'm working on something, I kind of get zoned in. So if I miss anything, just type it again. I will answer you if I see it. But I'm absolutely terrible at being a YouTuber. So, well, I'm not even a YouTuber. I'm a technician. So, yeah. Alright, so that needs cleaning out. That's fine. Yeah, so if I miss a message, just type it again. I will answer as I see them. So much for the magnet. Absolutely bugsy. 100%. Okay. Shut this down because there's no HDMI port on it, so I can't test it. But it is booting to a white light, which is strange because the way the customer explained it to me was that it wasn't turning on at all. And he also said that there was a liquid metal spill. So I'm not sure what's going on with this. That's like getting blood out of a stone. I'm awful, mate. I'm absolutely terrible. Just ping me and I'll do my best. Just pop a message. Ping me. Right. Where are the random screws dotted on this one? I hate random screws. Cause you have to hunt around. It takes you just as long to take all of the screws out. But never mind. Did 3 PS5s today, 2 HDMI, 1 fuse, 2 blown caps and a Series X. Nice. Please be torn pads. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you. Take all down and don't fix out. Yeah, I'll just, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I've got to make money. YouTube isn't my primary source of income, so I had a reply in a month. Yeah, fuck him. What's that driver? Form factor looks mint. It's just a cheap one from Amazon, mate. 20 quid. They don't sell this particular one anymore, but they've got similar ones on there. This one's caked in flux, but yeah. Just a 20 quid Amazon special, mate. But you'll probably get it cheaper on AliExpress as well. It's just how I wanted one there and then because mine died. I might look at some Xbox Series X power supplies in a bit because I need a power supply. Don't really want to take the one out of mine. You replied this morning about ordering a boss, so I can't complain. Oh, okay, yeah, I got you, mate. Yeah. Alright, so we have torn pads. Okay. Yep. Thank you for that, Andy. I appreciate you, mate. You are very, very kind to me for making me have torn pads on this. It's your fault that I've now got to do a trace repair. Just saying, it's your fault. Don't feel guilty though, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, okay, cool, lovely. Good stuff. The works, WX242. Yes, that's a decent one, yeah. Andy. Andy. This is your fault, Andy. But on the plus side, I am absolutely awesome at what I do. So this ain't a problem. This ain't a problem. Because we're good at our jobs. Because that's what practice does. Practice makes perfect. Right, so let's have a look. More money, yep, indeed. Can't believe you've done this. Yeah, I know, mate. It's absolutely terrible. Look at what they're doing to me. See, why don't stream anymore? Because every time I stream, you make me do trace repair. It's not fair. It's just not fair. I'm not going to put up with it any longer. Right, what are we dealing with? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 traces. Okay, that's not terrible. 6 traces isn't bad. Alright, so we'll put the board sideways with the HDMI port on the left because I'm left-handed. Make it comfortable for yourself. Gonna get it in focus so as it doesn't look like you guys are drunk. Even though it was in focus for me. And we're gonna get started straight away. Right. Yes, indeed it was, Jimmy. Indeed it was. Oh, look, there's a kit here. Does anyone want a kitten? Because we've got 1 kitten left to get rid of. Does anyone want a kitten? Come on. Come here. Does anyone want a little kitten? Don't step on the liquid metal. It's probably not good for you. It'll get in your paws. Hey, Mitchell. Thank you, mate.
Mitchell State just subscribed on Twitch.
Come on, come here. No, you need to be on camera. You need to be famous. Come here. Look. Look. Say hello to the camera, look. Hey. Anyone want a kitten? You can come pick him up now. You can take him right now. Go on, jump down. See ya. Bye, Felicia. He's gone. Yeah, he's a tuck, yeah. Beautiful cat, but we can't keep him. Why do your cat look like my cat? Because you were about to take him off my hands, didn't you, mate? Yeah, Utah might be a bit far. Utah might be a bit far. I've just realised I haven't scraped back some of these trace vias, so... If I leave it over there, I'll get him. Yeah. Work on the cat next. I love working on pussy. What? Who said that? What? Didn't say nothing. Didn't say a thing. One of our cats basically lives in this shed now. Every time I come in here, he's asleep on the chair. Sarah's a mutt. Right, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12... 11, 10, 9... 8, 7, 6. Alright. So scrape them back. Add flux. I am going to run the iron across these pads just to find out if any of them are insecure, and it looks like one might be, because solder's bridging across them. Right, so you see this pad here, these two pads here at the end. Well, you can't really see them, it's a bit dark. But, see, they're bridging. It's because one of those pads is loose. So there, look, see? That's going to have to come off. So that would have caused problems when I put the new port on. Okay. Just going to clean up all of this flux. So by running the iron across, it's going to tell me whether any are loose. And then that way I can tackle it before it causes a problem. So we've got 7 traces which we need to restore, not 6. Can have a Chinese, can't be asked to cook. Ugh. Whatever. Right, so I'm just gonna expose some of this trace wire. This wire is coated, so you have to burn the coating off it to be able to get it to conduct. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll try and get the trace perfect straight away. That's a mistake. You're just going to waste your time. It's going to take forever. Okay. So here's what I do. Watch this. You take your trace. You're going to get it roughly the right size. Get it roughly in place. In focus, of course. Hold it with your tweezers. Solder it on. And then we're just going to leave that hanging free. So trim it off, leave it, hang it free. Leave it hanging free. Same with that one. Roughly in place. Trim. And away you go. Move on to the next one. Need to expose a bit more wire here. So yeah, the reason it takes so long for people to do trace repair is because they're trying to get them all perfect before they move on to the next one. No, just do it loosely. Like that. It doesn't have to be perfect, because when you clean this up, when you get rid of the flux, so as you can put solder mask on, you're going to move them out of place anyway. So what's the point in sitting there messing around, trying to get them all perfect, when they're just going to move anyway? You're just wasting your own time, right? This one needs to be routed a little bit longer. I'm just going to get it so as it's in the right direction for where the trace is. Tap it in. And then just leave it. I'm actually making a mistake there. I shouldn't be doing these from bottom to top. I should be doing them from top to bottom, because I'm just going to catch it with the iron. So I'll do that one. I'll just move it over to there. Just gonna expose some more of this wire. So that wire's in my way, so we're just gonna move it. Get that one roughly in line. Trim. Hang it. Okay. So yeah, sure, they're rough at the minute. But they're going to move around when I brush this flux off anyway. So as long as they're soldered and in roughly the correct location, it's fine. Just get rid of all the flux. And now I can position them. Who dat? Hey.
Eric Trees just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you. I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much. I've still got a coffee here. Hang on a minute, I can fix that. Problem solved. So when are we here? Is his name Phil? Are you dehydrated because you haven't been drinking water again?
I have.
Okay. Alright. Right. Where's my other tweezers? Let me just find another pair of tweezers. Oh, there's some. Just something I can use to help position these. I've missed one, haven't I? Damn it. I've missed one. So I'm just going to trim all of these while I'm here. There you are. Sorry you couldn't see those other ones, I was a bit out of view. Right, I'm just going to reposition this so as I can do this one. Right. Damn it, you couldn't see. Oh, was that pin 14? No, it wasn't. It was a data line, mate. Yeah, it was a data line. I thought it was. Right, 1 second. Just clean that. Picked up some dust off the desk. Right, so now what I like to do is just give these a little bit of a reflow using hot air. And that should make them all sit down. There you are. So just make them all sit down. And I know I've got some nice joints on all of those pads now. So surface tension will help to keep them in place as well. So you haven't got to worry about that. As long as they're the right size, they should sit nice and flush inside them pads. Yes, take some of the 30s if you need to. So yeah, they should sit in the pads and they should all be nice and flush to the board. They don't have to be the perfect size. But I do want them roughly in the right position for the pins. They don't have to come all the way to the back here, but they do need to be the same length from the wire itself, if that makes sense. So obviously you can go as far back as you want as long as the pin's making a contact, but you just can't have a wire that's trailing all the way around because they do have tolerances which you need to meet. Right, so I'm just going to take some solder mask. So this is UVH902 by Relife. Fantastic stuff. I'm just going to coat order this. So I'll just put a nice coat on it, make sure it's protected, and then that way then I can use hot air on it and it's not going to move anything. So UV light for 1, 2, 3 seconds and we're done. That's cured. And that's absolutely rock solid and it's going nowhere. Just like that, look, see? And then I can fine tune those if I need to, but I shouldn't need to. It should be pretty much perfectly aligned for where the pins are on the port itself. Should be. Now I've just got to find my HDMI ports. There they are. Right, so because I'm doing a trace repair, I like to tin the port just to make sure that we're getting nice contact on the pins. Beep, you bastard. I said beep. Thank you. There we are. Working on the same port. Yeah, I was doing trace repair on it. It hasn't took me long, it's like 20 minutes. Right. Hang the board over the edge of the desk. The beep just woke you up. Right. 480 degrees Celsius. 60% airflow. Ow! Splashed me. Yeah, bastard. Okay. I always push it back a little bit just so I can get more contact, more surface area for the pins. And yeah, those wires are pretty much perfectly aligned. So now I can just touch each of the pins at one by one. Okay. I'm going to clean up. I'm also going to clean inside the port while I'm there. I want that HDMI port to look sexy. Yeah. Functionality overlooks. Right. Functionality overlooks. Some of these pins might not be soldered. In fact, it might be sitting a bit too high. Might need reflowing and pushing down. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's too high. Damn it. Knew it. You son of a bitch. Yeah, it needs pushing down, so I'm going to put some weight on the board with them, with my board holders. It didn't sit quite flush. That was annoying. Just make sure I didn't melt the port. Nah, it's fine. I'll sort that bridge in a minute. I'm actually going to use it as a buffer, just to keep putting solder on the tip. I think that should be enough. Sending hearts to get hello. Hello, mate. How's it going? I can't actually see who presses heart, so sorry, dude. What's up, mate? How you doing? Right, so I've just got to clear this one bridge away from here. Okay, that might be good enough. Okay. Cool. Right, now let's give it a quick nudge test. That pad's a bit weak. Oh, that ground pad's gone. Well, it's not. The ground pad's actually connected on the back side, so it's fine. pads are a bit weak on some of the data lines. 17's not connected. How is that not connected? How did 17 end up not connected? God damn it. Damn it. Now it's connected. Okay. Hey, Sloth. How's it going? Alright, sorry if I missed anyone's chat, by the way. I was just concentrating. Right. Might help if I had the beep on. There we go. Cool. Let's check for bridges. Good, 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 good. No bridges. Dial mode. Alright, when you've got trace repair, especially, just touch the top of the pin, don't touch the pad, because you're not going to get an accurate reading. 0.76. Ground is connected. 0.76. 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 So all of the TMDS lines are connected. Pin 13, 0.62. Pin 14, open line, that's fine. Pin 15, 0.54. Pin 16, 0.61. Pin 17, ground is connected. Pin 18, 0.47. And pin 19, 0.51. Good. We have good readings on every single one of those pins. We should be good to go. We should now get a display. Good stuff. Okay. Any fires tonight? Nah. Alright. Good stuff. Right, so now that that's done, we have a HDMI port on. The back is in a bit of a sorry state, but not really a lot we can do.
MacGyver has just resubscribed for 21 months. Continue sharing your knowledge and skills, mate.
Thank you, MacGyver. I appreciate you, mate. Thank you for the continued support. Guys, if you've got an Amazon Prime, you can link it to Twitch and subscribe for free. Give me free money, and it's Doesn't cost you a penny, and it gets rid of ads on the stream if you're on Twitch. Not going to bother with the liquid metal yet. I'm just going to double check, make sure it's actually displaying before I go any further. And then once it's displaying, I'll give it a clean out and stuff. So we're just going to make sure, number one, it turns on. And number two, it displays. That's all we care about at the minute. Okay, so that'll keep it cool enough for now. Right, I am going to just clean my HDMI port because my HDMI cable, because it's been acting up a little bit as of late. So I'm just going to clean that. Bit of IPA in the brush. Right, so this is connected to my TV, not to the capture card. So I'm going to have to test to make sure the display works and then disable HDCP. Right, bear with me. And yes, I get a display. Excellent. Good stuff. Right, so you can probably hear that in the background. So disable HDCP. Connected to the capture card. Boom. First time. Beautiful. Awesome stuff. It's probably not going to pick up a network. I don't have the antennas plugged in. Never in doubt. Yeah, never really in doubt. I mean, once you've got them good readings, you're pretty much guaranteed for it to be working. Okay, that did actually pick up Wi-Fi even without an antenna connected. Cool. Good stuff. Uh-oh. They're not good error codes. They are not good error codes at all. Shut it down. Right, good stuff. Guys, I need a piss. Sorry. I'm going to have to run to the toilet. I shall be back in a couple of minutes. I'm back. You can stop talking about me now. Never understood that part of the ad after Coda says you're not my dad and the other guy says something. Ah, yeah, that was a friend of mine, Jamie. Acid's on Discord. So when I did that ad, I got him to just say, "Oh, you can't say that stuff on an advert." And I'll say, "Don't tell me what to do, dude. You're not my dad." And he says, "That's what you think, Phil." I'll get it back. Right. So, yeah, the HDMI area is in a little bit of a state. Not really much you can do there. I mean, I can sit there scraping it, but it's honestly not worth it. It's not worth wasting another 10 minutes scraping that just for the sake of a little bit of burning and whatnot, right? What I'm going to do now is just finish stripping this down, clean it, because I'm not putting this back together. So even though it was sent to me in bits, when it wasn't sent, he dropped it off. He drove down from Oxford, I think, to drop it off, and he's coming back tomorrow to pick it up. Well, I think he's coming back tomorrow. So even though it was given to me in bits, I can't warranty this console unless I put it back together and stick one of my warranty stickers on it, right? So I need to clean it, obviously. I'll clean them all anyway, but I just need to clean it out and put it all back together, test everything. I mean, I obviously only warranty the stuff that I do, you know, the trace repair, that is. You can't really warranty a HDMI port. It's not possible. You can, but I mean, what are you going to do? Warranty it, and then when they break it again, you fix it for free? No. So you can warranty the console, obviously, but there's really no warranty on a HDMI port, because the only way it's going to fail once you've got it fixed is if it gets broken again, right? So yeah, but obviously because it's got trace repair, I need to warranty it. So if one of my traces fails, then obviously I'll do it again for free. But if there's one thing I can guarantee, it's that those traces will be the last thing that fails on this console. As long as the port is not broken again. And even when the port's broken again, you'll be able to lift the port off and drop a new port on without lifting those traces up, because of the way they're done. About the buy, physical damage is clearly not under warranty. Yeah, exactly. But saying that, I had a customer the other day. He brought a console in for overheating, right? So I've done the overheating, tested it, it works. Blah blah blah. It's come back. He's come back to me 2 days later and said, "Oh, the HDMI is not working properly. It keeps flicking on and off." Well, okay, well, it's probably damaged, but I should have noticed it when it first come to me. So yes, it didn't come in for a HDMI, but if I'd have noticed it when it first come to me, then I would have been able to phone him up and say, right, your HDMI is damaged. Do you want it fixing? It's going to cause an issue. I should have noticed it, and I didn't. So I just said, you know what? Bring it back. I'll sort it. Don't worry. And I sorted it out yesterday, I think it was. And I just handed it back to him and gave him the console back. And just said, you know what? Don't worry about it. So I'm just brushing this out outside. So yeah, I just handed the console back and said, you know what, don't worry about it. I've got you sorted. But yeah, I would have basically said, right, I can do the HDMI port for 60 quid, which is what I charge for HDMI ports, and I'll clean it out for free at the same time, because I clean them out anyway when I do a HDMI port. So yeah, I lost £15 by not doing that, but you know, it's one of those things. If I'd have noticed it at the time, I could have offered him and upsold him the HDMI repair rather than just doing the clean. So there was no issue with the cleaning, but it was just, you know, I didn't want to say to him, oh yeah, your port's fucked, you got to pay another 60 quid if you want it fixed. So I just did it. It wasn't like I had to clean it all out again or anything like that. So basically it was just a case of, you know, removing the 55 screws, dropping a new port on, which takes me a few minutes, and then putting it back together. So it only took me about 20 minutes to do, because I didn't need to clean it out. So it took me about 20 minutes to do the port, start to finish, gave it him back, happy days. He's happy, left me a positive review. It's worth it. But no, I shouldn't have done that. I should have said, no, you've bought the port, you should pay. I shouldn't have done that at all. You'll tell everyone how good you are. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's word of mouth and all of that. Like, he's, oh yeah, this guy looked after me. The port was broken, but he sorted it. He's like, the problem with that is when you get people like that, or not people like that, but when you get jobs like that, rather. I'll rephrase that before I say something that makes me look bad. When you get jobs like that, you do something for free, they tell the friends, and then the friends expect something for free as well. Right? That's the only problem with doing that. And then you have to start saying no. And you have to start saying, no, you've got to pay full price, blah, blah, blah. And then, but you did it for so-and-so for this price. Yeah, because it was my mistake for not noticing it. But they don't understand that. They just think, oh yeah, he's just treating me different, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not that. It's situational. And it's discretional. So there was a guy the other day, he come to me and he said, like he did a overheating. I did an overheating for him, and he come and he paid cash, and he said, oh, I've only got £10 notes. I said, you know what? Don't worry. Just give me 40 quid instead of 45. It's fine. It's completely discretional. But then swings and roundabouts, because someone come to me today, he said, here, here's 50 quid. I said, oh, I ain't got a fiver, mate. He was like, no, 50 quid. Fiver tip. Okay, cool. Thank you. So yeah, it's just swings and roundabouts, really. But it's all discretional. Like if they're, you know, so let's say if someone drops a console off and they sit there every 5 minutes messaging me, I'm not going to give them any special favours because they're an arsehole. Whereas most of the customers, the ones that leave you alone, I don't mind helping some of them out. I'm still going to get paid something though. It's like, once I've done this next PS5 in a minute, because I've got one more PS5 to do, it's a drop damage PS5. Once I've done that, I'm going to try and work on some power supplies for the Series X, because I need a power supply for the Series X. I've got a job literally in limbo, right behind me. Hang on 1 second. Un momento. Yeah, I've got a job literally right behind me, which needs a power supply. So the power supply is dead. I couldn't fix that power supply, so that's that there. So I've quoted the customer £110 for the repair, because the power supply costs 60 quid, 60 to 70 pound. So I'm only making, you know, like a bench fee on it, like 40, 50 quid on the job. But if I can fix a power supply, one of the ones I've got which have failed and I haven't had a chance to look at, if I can fix one of those, then I can just phone the customer up in the morning and say, oh, actually, I managed to fix the power supply, so instead of £110, it's 75. I did that earlier. I fixed one earlier. I fixed the power supply this afternoon. They're not that bad to work on. It's just some of them are easier than others. I have a problem. I think you can help. I can try. I can certainly try and help. If it's in my realm of expertise, I will do my best. What is up, mate? All about the port and won't warranty. Yeah, and that's when you have to say no. Like, you can give a discount. So, like, if they come to you and then they break it a week later. In fact, I had one guy. He a couple of weeks ago, he brought the port to me. I fixed it for him. Obviously, I replaced the port. I don't see ports as fixing. I don't know why. It's just not. It's mind-numbing work. Bread and butter repairs, I call them. It's like changing a screen on an iPhone for a phone technician. It's like you do it every day, sort of thing. But I've done the HDMI port for him anyway. I've changed that. 2 days later, he's come back to me and said, "Oh, it's broke. It's not working. Blah blah blah." Okay, let me have a look. He's brought it to me. The middle pins are damaged again. I said, "Mate, I need your HDMI cable. You need to bring your HDMI cable." Because the chances are your HDMI cable's wamboozled. So he's gone home, he's bought the HDMI cable, he's brought it all back. Yep, your HDMI cable's fucked, mate. So I'll tell you what, I said, look, I really can't do it again for free. But I can give you a free HDMI cable so as you've got one that works, and I'll give it you at half price. I'll do it for 30 quid. Can't say fairer than that. Yeah, can't say fairer than that. 30 quid and I'll give you a free HDMI cable. Because I'm still going to get paid for my time. I already say it's not really a fix, it's just a replacement. Yeah, pretty much, Andy, yeah. Pretty much, mate. Alright, enough rambling. I need to get this back together so I can work on something else. So, but yeah, like discounts and all of that stuff, it's all discretion, right? Like you can give discounts and stuff, but you can't do it for everyone, because if you do, you'll be out of business, and you got to earn money. You got to keep the lights on. You got to keep bread on the table. That's what I call HDMI port repairs and like overheating issues. They're bread and butter repairs. The guaranteed fixes, well, 99.9% of the time, it's going to be a guaranteed fix. It's easy money. And they're quick. I can do 2 HDMI ports in an hour if I'm not getting sidetracked, or, you know, doing trace repair or doing other stuff as well. Like, you know, if, so let's take Northridge Fix, for example. So he's got his dad who takes things apart. If I had someone like that working for me, and I can't afford to have someone like that working for me, so please don't offer, because it's not going to happen. I can't afford it. Can't afford to pay anyone. But if I had someone like that working for me, where they're just handing me a board saying, right, this is wrong, blah, 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 or just passing me the console and saying, right, there it is, disassembled, this is the fault, I could quite easily do, I don't know, 6 HDMI ports an hour. Like, if I was just handed the board, like, I'm not joking, like, genuinely, probably 6 HDMI ports an hour. They don't take long. Like, once you've got the board out, they take minutes. So, I was doing some work for a company, and they were having them disassembled by someone else. I had to reassemble them, but they was having someone disassemble them themselves, and I was doing between 12 and 15 repairs a day. On a 6-hour day. Between 12 and 15 repairs a day. Right, this fiberglass pen is fooked. But yeah, between 12 and 15 repairs a day. Because I didn't have to disassemble them. And that wasn't just HDMI ports, that was no pair hard disk drive issues, everything. Oh, hello, Rach. How's the babysitting going? How's the babysitting? Has she had the baby yet? Alright, there's the heatsink. Can't sleep, he's not asleep yet. And Noel just started having contractions. Ah, nice. Well, have fun with that one. Did you speak to Tonk about his Xbox? I assume probably not, given that he's just about to have a kid. I've got to try and clean some of this foam pad up. I also need to trim this down. That's better. Now it's cleaning up. Right. Still some oxidation there. That's better. Cool. Fills a fish. What's with the fiberglass pen? It's abrasive, so it gets rid of the oxidation off the APU and stuff a lot easier than a cotton swab will. It's way faster. I'll try and show you up close in a minute. So I'll grab a scrap board and show you. I'll show you why you absolutely should get a fiberglass pen if you're doing PS5 repairs, because it costs like a quid, like £1 to £2 or $1 to $2. If you're buying from AliExpress, they're way cheaper, obviously, but like even from Amazon, I think they're like £4.50 for 3. Like they're cheap as fuck. Why not charge a customer for replacement power supply and keep the broken one, fix the broken one, and use it as a replacement for another customer, more money? Yes, I could, but I wouldn't feel right doing that. If I haven't actually replaced, if I haven't actually attempted to repair the power supply, you know, it's one of those things with me. I need to at least try, right? And I have actually tried to repair that customer's power supply, but I want to. So here's the thing: I can order a power supply anyway, no matter what. But I've got to wait for that power supply to come, and then on top of that, if I don't want to wait for it to come, because I want this job out the door, I want jobs in and out as soon as I can. That's always the best way. So if I want this job out the door tomorrow, then I've got to use my own power supply, or I've got to try and fix one. I mean, I could fix one and then technically say, yeah, it's refurbed. I probably will actually do that because I can't fix their power supply. I have tried to fix their power supply. I've actually done a video on it, and let's just say it was shocking. Let's just say that. Tossing more stuff into landfill. Yeah, but again, like I said, I have actually tried to fix that power supply and I can't. I've tried for about an hour last night. It's just one of those things. But I'll use donor parts off that anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, it'll never get thrown. Not until it's been completely butchered for parts. In fact, where's the here it is. Here's the little PFC board off it. So these are the main issue. These PFC boards are the main issue on the Series X. Those things, they're the main issue. So it's on the Series X, the power supply on these PFC boards here. These two diodes and that diode fail. That one normally fails open, and those normally fail short. And that's normally what causes power issues on the Series X power supply. How's it going, Junkie? Why do you keep retracting your messages? It's probably YouTube, mate. It's probably YouTube. Right. What's the condition of this flex cable? It's not even a flex cable, is it? It's a ribbon. It's fine. 55 years later. Broken Console next PSU. 52 refills help like 4 years ago. Yeah, on those ones it was mainly the capacitors on the 1X power supplies. On the PS5, it's the optocouplers and the main PMIC normally, or the diode. PS5 are significantly easier to repair than the Series X power supplies. On the PS5, it's normally either that you're not getting any 12 volt output because the chip's not working, half these screws are missing, or the MOSFET and diode have failed. Right, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we need one for the disk drive as well. Cool. This is the third console I've had to replace screws in today. Right. Ping. There you go. Just need to brush out the top plate. This customer actually asked me if I do private tutoring today. I wish I had the time. Because I could make some silly money doing it. You can charge what, fucking £400 a day to do tutoring? I wish I had the time. If only. Plus, I don't know how much I could actually teach people, to be honest. I don't personally think I'm as good as people think I am. I just know a lot about PS5s. Because obviously I can fault find a component and you know, stuff like that. But like, I'm far from the best person to use as a teacher. Far from it. Yeah, the 44 screws, yeah. Always nice. Right, I'm going to give this a testicle before I actually fully reassemble it. Yeah, you could easily charge £400 a day. Like 40 quid an hour? That's more than reasonable for private tutoring. More than reasonable. Like, I mean, you've got to bear in mind that you'd be doing it for one-on-one tutoring, and you're taking a full day where you could be working. Like, so £40 a day is actually cheap. £40 an hour is actually cheap. Just jumped in. What's wrong with this PS5? It was trace damaged on the HDMI. But I'm far from the best guy to use as a tutor. Trust me on that one. There are way smarter people out there than me. Right. Let me just pop a couple of screws in here just to keep this disk drive aligned, because otherwise it won't take a disk properly. So we put that one. That one. And that one in. What we do that exactly, yeah. Okay, that sounds like a healthy drive. Right, control that. Okay. Yeah. That's working. Good stuff. So, I've already tested Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is working fine. Disk drive is also working. Right, I do not have the cover to this. That is not included. So that is not my problem. I do not have any replacements. Well, I don't know what to say. And I do not have any of those screws. I used my last one today, unfortunately. So what you can do is you can cheat and grab one of the black case screws from a Series X. One of these ones, not the thin ones, not the thin black ones, these ones. And use that. It's almost the same size. Almost. Thank you, Nick. Right, so warranty sticker. Always get custom stickers. Okay, always get custom stickers. Don't use those default crap that you can buy from eBay, because someone will just buy one and replace the sticker. Get custom stickers made. And it means that I'm proud to put my name on it as well, right? Right. One of these was missing. I can't remember if it was the front or back. I've only got the back here on my desk, so I'm assuming it's the front that was missing. I do not. Well, I do have replacement. I'm not going to replace it because I sell them. So unless they want to pay me a tenner for one, I'm not going to replace it. So that's then what they sell for. And they sell like hotcakes. They sell like hotcakes. Because they're always getting broke. Alright, we are done on this finally. It took me a bit longer because I've been rambling, but I could have had this done in probably 45 minutes. But I charge a flat fee for it anyway. Anything up to 9 traces, 90 quid. 90 quid for anything up to 5 traces. 9 traces. Job's a good one. Shut it down. Job done. Good to go. Just gonna wait for it to shut down. There you go. Cool. Right, I'm gonna go grab the next job. I'll be back in a minute. I've seen you for ages. Life just got in the way, mate. Did you get your discount? I did, yeah. It's right there. Alright, I'll be back. Right. Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Another PS5. This one's in a bit of a state, but that's okay. I have some magic cleaner to clean the outside of it once I'm done. Even if I can't fix it, I'll still clean the outside before it goes back. But this has been dropped and now it don't turn on. It's a little bit mangled. I'll show you the case in a minute. So it beeps every 10 seconds or so, but it won't turn on, as you'll see. No power. So we need to figure out why. Get rid of that warranty sticker. I've got a big dent in it there. So according to the customer, he's got one of those stands that you stick on the wall I've said this time and time again, those stands are crap. Because if you've got this 10 foot off the floor, well, not quite 10 foot because the standard UK room is only 10 foot high. But if you've got this 6 foot off the floor, oh wow, that's stuck in there pretty bad. If you've got this 6 foot off the floor, then, and it falls out, which they do very regularly, you're in trouble. Right, this might be uneconomical. Customer said he doesn't really want to pay more than £100. So depending on what the cause is, because that fan is bent. So unless I can bend that back, which I don't know if I can or not, we might be in trouble. Well, we won't be, but the customer will be. But we're going to see what we can do anyway about getting it working. Case is a bit bent as well. In fact, so is the heatsink. Yeah, this is in a bit of a worse state than I originally anticipated. So the heatsink is damaged. Don't know if I can reshape that, but it's bent. And it's bent pretty bad. Right? Let's unplug that a minute. Get rid of the excess power out of it. So I'm not really concerned about the heatsink for now, because we need to get everything else working first. But look at that. Look, this has taken a hell of an impact. It's taken one hell of an impact. Okay, I didn't take that out, I don't think. Yeah, case is fucked. Let's get it out of the housing. Did the heatsink come off the mounting bracket? It's possible, yeah. But no, it's more likely that it's just bent. Which is very, very common on these 1200 heatsinks. So chances are this isn't going to be economically viable for the customer. He basically said to me he does not want to spend more than £100 on this. He at least needs a case and heatsink. At least. And probably a fan as well, because that is bent as well. So look, the fan alone is like, what, 30 quid? On top of that, you've got The heatsink, which is going to be about another 20 quid. The case, another 20 quid. So you're talking about 70 quid just for the heatsink, case and fan. Obviously I can do a little bit of a deal if I get the board working, but I also have to be paid for my time as well. That's the problem. So price is already racking up on this one. And that's assuming the power supply is good. Yeah, but you can still pick up a console for about 240, 250 quid. But yeah, I agree with you there. Right, we do have some liquid metal spillage. I have a feeling we're going to have a cracked APU, to be honest. I'm going to check. Before I do anything, before I waste any more time, I'm going to check the APU. And just have a look at that. Because I have a feeling we've probably got a crack in the APU. It is very, very common with drop damage to end up with a cracked APU on these. Because there's that much pressure on the APU, the slightest impact can just crack it. Because it's basically glass. It's not glass, but it's basically glass. It's as weak as glass. So I'm going to get rid of that. The liquid metal, that is. I am going to take off this foam pad. Because I want to have a look at the actual APU properly. So we're going to just give it a proper clean. Get rid of that IPA. Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look, see. Right, work, you bastard. Thank you. It's hard to see with the lighting, but because the light's just going to bounce off this, it's so shiny. We do not have a crack in the APU. It's absolutely fine. So something else is causing this then. No liquid metal spillage around there. Ports are fine. I'm not seeing any. There is a little bit of warping on the one side actually. So the board itself is very slightly warped on this one side. You see it going up there? Very slightly. Other than that, it's a little bit bent inwards as well. Like where the APU is, it looks like it's kind of sucked in a little bit. So we could end up with cracked solder balls here on the APU itself. It does look a little bit. It's going to be impossible to show that on camera, but it does look a little bit pushed in. So yeah, we could have cracked APU solder balls, and that could be what's causing it. Right, let me just grab a replacement power supply first of all. 1200, there you are. 1200 series power supply and bottom plate. Right. Just going to brush out this case just in case I end up using it. So I'm just going to try the power supply because it could be that we've got loose connections on the power supply. That's possible. So this is one of my own power supplies, obviously. So let me just grab the front panel. So take out the heatsink. That heatsink is never going to go straight. You have no chance. I'll try later on, but no shot. Okay. So yeah, I will try and straighten that heatsink, but it's very, very unlikely that it's going to straighten out. Even that's... Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's take this heatsink here. Oh, that one's bent, damn it. Oh, it's not as bent as the other one though. A little bit of pressure will hold that in, so It's fine. At least for testing. I don't think I have a heatsink for one of these. Or at least not one that's actually usable. The pressure of the screws and stuff would hold this one in, but I'd rather not use it. Well, I suppose I could just, to keep it cost effective, if this heatsink is usable, I could just give it in for free. Because I'm only going to scrap it anyway. It's obviously it's got copper in it, so the only reason I've got it is because it's going on the scrap pile. Okay. Where art thou, liquid metal? There you are, you bastard. This is the liquid metal that I make myself. And it's absolutely wonderful. You can buy it at consolefix.shop. Look how easily that applies. It's fucking beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Same as this, watch this. You ready? Are you ready? So, first of all, I'm going to get rid of the liquid metal off here. Off this here. Not that it would hurt it having two different types of liquid metal on it, but, well, I can't show my liquid metal off if there's liquid metal on there from another company, can I? So we'll get rid of that. Pop that back on there like that. And then we just apply the fresh liquid metal. It's beautiful. Look. Easy. And then you just pop some liquid metal down. Beautiful. Yeah. Now I have to look around my place for fiberglass brushes, and I have them. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Right, okay, so we're gonna hook this up. That is warped, I think. I think that's warped. I think this is going to be unfixable, to be honest. Yeah, we still have that beep. Right, let's just put some pressure on the APU. Yeah. Okay. UART, I guess. Now I've got to find my UART reader. We'll see what UART reads. If I can find my UART reader. There you are. No, very unlikely to be liquid metal under the tape. I couldn't see any evidence of that. Otherwise I would have lifted the tape up, but it seemed fine. I can double check it in a minute, but yeah, it seemed okay. Right, I better remember the pinout for these now. I'll just Google it, fuck it. Ah, yeah, that's the ones. Okay. Yeah, I always forget the UART pinout on this particular board. I don't know why. That's my TX to RX, RX to TX, and ground. And you couldn't see any of that. Of course you couldn't. Right, okay. So that's my RX wire on the UART. That's my TX wire on UART. And there's my ground. Doesn't have to be a perfect connection. As long as it's connected. It's a temporary connection. Just connecting up to UART. So basically UART, it stands for Universal Asynchronous Receiver and Transmitter, and it's basically just a diagnostic tool that allows us to get the error codes from the PS5 to see what's actually going on with it. So connect that up, and then we're going to go to the desktop. We're going to go to uartcodes.com, UART terminal, connect, COM3, connect, and dump errors. Wi-Fi or Bluetooth problem. Okay. Interesting. So what's it done? Has it cracked the Wi-Fi chip? Sorry, cracked the Wi-Fi module? As in like the solder balls underneath it? That's possible. So, there's the error code we're getting. So we're going to clear that log. Error log clear. Okay. And then we're going to refresh. Connect port. Well, we're going to reboot it first. Come on. There you go. Then we're going to connect and dump the errors again. And again, it still says Wi-Fi error, so that is the current up-to-date error code. Cool. Okay, so at least we're getting somewhere. Now, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to use this heatsink. If I can use this heatsink, it is a little bit damaged. I'll have to stress it, obviously. If I can use this heatsink, I'm not going to charge him for it. Because, to me, I was going to scrap this heatsink. So if I can use it, if it'll hold down with pressure and stuff. Because it's only slightly warped. But I replaced it anyway. Well, sorry, no, I bought the console off the customer. For parts. And then this heatsink was obviously just scrap. There was a dent in that chip. I will take a look. We do have some liquid metal there, actually. Saying that. But now I've got something to go on. I know where to look, right? You are correct, there is a dent in that chip, yeah. Right, okay. So I do have some liquid metal there, but it's right on the edge, and I don't think it's... I think that's just been picked up off my desk, maybe. Because I just dumped the board. Shouldn't have done, but I did. We'll get rid of that anyway. But that was right on the edge of the board. It wasn't anywhere near anything. So that's not going to be the cause of it. You are correct here, Dylan. There is indeed a dent in that chip. So chances are we've got damage underneath. Let's lift off the shield and find out, shall we? So under here, I was talking about this on Discord earlier. Under here is a whole ecosystem of components. Okay, so the damage corresponds to here. It is a 1216, yeah. So the damage corresponds to around here. Ignore that, that's just bits of solder that's fell off the side of this. I'm not seeing any damage. But it could be that it's taken an impact and... is that liquid metal? It is, yeah, we've got liquid metal. How have we got liquid metal underneath there? How have we got liquid metal underneath the Wi-Fi chip? How has that happened? So it hasn't been picked up off the desk. That's ended up on there somehow because of the impact. Oh, that would explain it, ladies and gents. We have damaged pads. That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? We have a bunch of torn pads on the Wi-Fi chip. Okay. Right, so we've got a couple of options here. So I can try and fix this and get this working, and I very likely will be able to get it working if this is all that's wrong with it. But then if the customer doesn't want to pay whatever I'm going to charge, I could always offer to buy it off them, right? So what do you guys think I should do here? Should I try and fix it? And if the customer doesn't agree to the price, just take my Wi-Fi chip back off it? Because I'm going to have to replace this Wi-Fi chip. I can't trust the PCB that's on there. And plus, there's damaged pads on the PCB itself as well. Right, we've got damaged pads everywhere. So I'm going to say we're going to replace that. So shall I try and fix it anyway, just for the head of it? And then if the customer doesn't agree to it, then I can look at offering to buy it off them as spares and repairs. Got my little grinding pen here. One little trick. You know, if you've got two traces right next to each other that need to be restored, scrape one there, or wherever, right? So scrape one there, and then scrape one away from the one that you've just scraped. It's going to make it easier to run jumper wires. Right, some of these are not actually damaged traces. Some of these are the pads from off the bottom of the chip. Like that one there, for example, straight away. So what we'll do is we'll just add flux everywhere. See how those pads are coming back? It's because they're not missing off the board side. In fact, them ones there are not missing either. Okay, this is going to be a lot easier than I thought. It's going to be a bit easier than I thought this is. Don't waste your time. Well, I want to fix it just to see if I can fix it. Right, okay, so you see this pad at the bottom? It's irrelevant. There are a couple of pads missing, which have come up with the soldering iron, so that means they were broken anyway. So we do have to do a little bit of trace repair here, but it's nowhere near what we suspected. Nowhere near what we originally thought. So we've got a couple. But that bottom pad, that bottom left pad, that's a no connect. You can tell by the fact that there's no trace underneath it and no trace next to it. That's a no connect. So I'm not worried about that. So we've got two traces here which need to be done. So we've got just, where are they? There, right in the corner. Two itty bitty traces, not a problem. It's not too bad. Don't jinx it yet, yeah. So we've got some test points here and here, which we can use. And then just like I did on the last job, which if you're watching this back as a video, it's going to be the one where I did a trace repair on a PS5. I am not going to worry about positioning the traces straight away. I'm just going to solder a trace on there. And then way off to the side, I'm going to cut the wire. Way off to the side. And just leave it hanging until I've run the other one. Because again, I'll say this again, when you clean up the flux in a minute, you're going to end up pulling those wires around anyway. So you may as well just solder the wires, leave them hanging free, clean up, and then sort it out afterwards, right? That's the best option. It's always going to be the best option. So I've just literally got it hanging free off to the side lock with enough wire to be able to position it where I need to position it. I haven't measured it, I've just done a rough cut. But it's just easier that way. Because then when I clean it, those wires are going to move around anyway. You can't even see that because I absolutely suck at being a YouTuber. But yeah, when I clean it, the wires are going to move around a little bit anyway. So I may as well just do that now, clean it, and now I can position them before I glue them down with solder mask. Just makes my life a lot easier. Right, so these are going to be data lines, which means that signal integrity is going to be paramount. So we need to make sure that we follow the original trace lines. So we're going to try and keep it to the same length. And try and keep it as close to factory as we can in terms of the shape, etc. This wire is coated, so it's not going to matter if these two wires touch each other. Right. Now, where have I put my solder mask? That's a good question. Just had it literally 20 minutes ago and now I've lost it already. Because I'm an absolute moron who doesn't know what he's doing. Where did I put it? That's what she said. I lost my solder mask. I had it literally half an hour ago. If that. Probably less than that. There you are, hiding underneath my discs. Alright. So I'm going to partially secure this into place. Okay. So, UV light. Now I've lost. Oh, there it is. I was going to say then, now I've lost my UV light. Okay. So, cue that. There we go. And then I can position a little bit more. Press it down. Damn it, no, you do not want to be covering other pads. Cure that. And now I can shape everything. Now I can shape it. Don't forget those traces you're going to the way for no reason. Yeah, I'll sort them in a minute. It's not too big of a deal though, it's not going to cause an issue. Right, so yeah, now what I can do is, if I just trim away this wire, I've bent this one round. If I trim it away around there, I can curl the wire up and create a new pad. I'm just going to get the bend. There's that one. Again. Oh yeah, it's all good, mate. Yeah, I will cure it, but it won't affect anything. It'll be fine. Trim that one off as well. But I will protect it anyway. Roughly in the correct place, like that. And then again, I'm just going to cure the edges of this, just to keep it in line. Okay, and then I can just cure that. And we are good. Pad reconstruction should not be as captivating as it is. Yeah. Alright, so now because we've got enamelled wire there, because it's protected, we need to expose the pads. So we just use the soldering iron tip with a bit of solder. So now there's somewhere for that to bond to when we drop a new pad on. when we drop a new chip on. So yeah, that's done. Should be good to go there. I'm going to be gentle because I don't want it to end up breaking. But you can see that's pretty much not moving at all. Well, it isn't moving at all. I'm actually going a bit rougher there and it's absolutely fine. But yeah, there we go. Trace is restored. Let's just pop a teeny tiny bit of solder mask on these exposed pads here. There you go. I'll just protect them. Okay, good stuff. So yeah, you can't really see that, but it is protected. Yeah, it should be fairly sturdy, yeah. Should be fine. I need a donor board. J20H104. That's a J20H100. There you go. Donor chip. Someone said the different voltages on the 100 compared to the 104. I'm pretty sure I've used the 100 and the 104 board before, but I could be wrong. So I'm just going to stick to the ones that I know and use the 104. So I'm just going to wick all of this away. So replace it with some leaded solder. There we are. Some solder braid. Wick all of that away. There we go. Sizzle, sizzle, mother flipper. Good stuff. I'm gonna dry it. I'm gonna wipe it on my shirt. I don't care. Alright. There you are. Beautiful. Nice. Okay, so we need some solder balls. I gotta fucking find some now. I gotta find some. Bear with me. Right. Where's my solder balls at? Pretty fucking sure I've got some 0.6 mil somewhere. Bear with me. I will find them. Hey, Raven. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you, man. God damn, they're empty. No! Don't make me go in the house and find some. I don't want to go in the house and get some solder balls. Ah, haha, got him. 0.65 mil, I think. Yeah, 0.65 mil. So, we'll use a couple of these on each pad, and that'll make up a 1.3 mil ball. We'll just add some flux. Whoops, I meant to do that. Yeah, so 0.65 mil. We're going to drop a bunch of balls on there, spread them around a little bit. That should be enough to do 2 solder balls on each pad. Okay, just clean my tweezers, bear with me. I'll just dunk them in IPA, then dab them in my soldering iron tip cleaner. And we're going to pop 2 balls on each pad. Whoops. Like that, look. We could go for 3, but nah. I'll stick to 2. 3 is the sweet spot when you're using 0.5 mil. Because these are a custom pad size, these are. They're not, you can't buy the solder balls the right size for them. Or at least I've never found them. I think they're about 1.3 mil, 1.2 mil, 1.3 mil. So if I'm using 0.5 mil solder balls, I use 3. If I'm using 0.65 mil or 0.76 mil solder balls, I'll use 2. And they will combine into perfectly even balls. It's absolutely fine. So we just pop 2 on each pad, and then when we flow them down, they'll combine. Hair's mixed in with all these balls. No one likes pubes, alright? So yeah, I'm just going to crack on with this. Probably won't talk. I'll just get on with it. Checking your pants. Yep. You need a steady hand for that. Not really, no. Right, so there is a trick to this. When you're doing solder balls by hand, so if I've got my hand hovering over the desk, right, like that, and you can see I'm struggling, right? But if the palm of my hand, or the side of my hand rather, so this side of my hand here, is firmly on the desk, like so, so my hand's firmly on the desk, look at how much more precise you can be. Because you're not fighting gravity if your hand's on the desk. And that is the biggest problem people have, is fighting gravity. Trying to hover the hand while they're doing microscopic work, it's not gonna work. Because you're constantly fighting gravity, and you will never beat gravity. Ever. Nothing in this entire universe can beat gravity. It is the be all and end all, it's the end boss. So, don't fight it, and you'll be fine. Just look at how much more precise you can be when you're not working against the elements. Right, there's way too many balls on there. Okay, good stuff. 2 balls on each pad. Yeah, no worries, Mercurius. Thank you, dude. Patience. I find it quite relaxing. Trust me, I've done a lot more. I've done 2,000 solder balls on the PS4 Pro by hand. Because at the time I was absolutely crap with stencils. By the way, my hot air right now is set at 480 degrees Celsius at 60% airflow. Notice how these solder balls are not moving? That is because I'm not using a nozzle and I'm not too close to the balls. I'm about 3 inches away from the chip. It's all about knowing your equipment. Right, that flux is going to drop in a second. Come on. Drop, you bastard. Thank you. Right, so reflowing these now will perfectly form them. Just like that. And that's ready to go. Beautiful. Just get rid of these excess solder balls. I'd love to know how we ended up with liquid metal over there. I really would. Alright, good stuff anyway. We are good to go there. So, perfectly formed solder balls, all nice and even. 1.3 millimeters in size. Good stuff. Right, so because there's flux on the chip, I don't need to put flux on the board, it'll just transfer. So we're going to get the orientation correct, which is, if you look here, we've got a missing pad there, that corresponds to there. So that's where we're going to put it. So if you flip that over, that's where it sits. We line that up. And then I'm going to bring this to the edge of the desk. Actually, no, there's connectors directly underneath this, sorry. So I can't. I'm going to have to do it from above. Because the coax connectors are right below this on this 1200 board. So we'll do it from above. We're going to end up singeing the Wi-Fi shield a little bit, but that's fine. So we'll flow that down. and then I'm going to flood it with flux. So it comes out the other side. Reflow it till it dances, and we're good. Yeah, sure, we've burnt the shield, but who cares? We don't care about burning the shield. All we care about is soldering it. Alright, so I've just got IPA underneath the south bridge, so I might have to put some hot air on the south bridge just to dry that out before it'll turn on. Assuming it'll turn on. Alright. Yeah, that's a bit singed, but I don't care. Functionality first, remember that. Functionality first. Cool. Do it a test. Okay, we need to re-hot that south bridge a little bit. We need to re-hot the south bridge a little bit because it's acting like a snowflake. Honestly, I don't know what it is with these 1200 series boards and the slim boards, but they really do not like any kind of heat. Any kind of isopropyl alcohol around the south bridge. It's so weird. Let's have a look. Yeah, buddy. She's turning on. She's working. Question is, does Wi-Fi work? She's working just fine. Yeah, so that South Bridge, I call it Sensitive Sally the South Bridge. Because I don't like isopropyl alcohol. Give it a little bit of a little bit of heat to the back of the South Bridge. And then try and turn it on immediately. And it'll turn on. It's weird. I don't know what it is. Someone explain it. Maybe it's just because it's not pure. Obviously, it's not pure alcohol, right? It's 99.9%. So maybe the very minuscule amounts of H2O that's in it causes a minor resistance change on the South Bridge. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of that causes that. But fuck knows. It's so strange. So strange. So scandalous. Alright. So we're going to give this a quick tickle. To see if number one, Wi-Fi works, and number two, does wireless controllers work? And number three, do wireless controllers work at a distance? But number 1.1 is, does the HDMI work? So scandalous. Hey, we got a display. Yeah, buddy. Safe visual, you got a little bit of height. You're damn right, mate. You're damn right. Thank you, Darth. Appreciate you, mate. Alright. Right. Sync a controller, you bastard. Yeah, buddy. Right. Does it stay synced? Yes. It does. Okay. Right, let me disable HDCP. Settings, system, HDMI, disable HDCP. Yoink. Still at it, yep. Thank you, mate. Just got done with the Series S HDMI. Sweet. Bread and butter repairs, I call them, mate. They put food on the table. Boom. Beautiful, mate. Alright, so this is working. Let me just check interwebs. So scandalous. Right, if you need a working Wi-Fi chip, you can get it from none other than Console Fix. Only genuine chips. Console Fix. Yes, David, what's up, mate? Have you got a PS5 digital power button board and ribbon? Possibly, mate. Is that for the standard PS5? Maybe. I'll have to have a look, mate. Can you remind me tomorrow? Send me a message in the morning on WhatsApp, mate. You've got my number, haven't you? Remind me in the morning and I will have a look for you first thing. Ah, thank you, David. Right. Let's test the internet. I do not have Ethernet connected to my Wi-Fi pod, so it's going to be slow. It's going to be slow because it's basically bouncing off the pods in the house. It's not connected wired because I was having issues with the internet trying to stream earlier, so I disconnected everything. So Wi-Fi is going to be up but slow. Like it'll probably be like 2 megabytes. What I could do is set up, yeah, let's do that. Let's set up a hotspot from my PC. Mobile hotspot. Share my internet connection on let's do that. Okay, we're getting 31 megabits per second, so that's not actually that bad. Like I said, my Wi-Fi is not connected. Right, let's just see. Oh, I might not be able to pick it up. Yeah, you know what? It's working anyway, isn't it? So, yeah, I don't think it supports. I don't think it supports these hotspots from the PC. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. It's absolutely fine. No worries, David. No worries, mate. Right, so anyway, that's working. So I'm going to need to speak to the customer because ideally I need to replace this entire case. So there's a screw thread there which is knackered. I think it's on the top plate. I don't think I'm going to be able... Let me just brush this out and then I'll try and straighten it. I do have one more heatsink, but it needs to be ultrasonically cleaned before I can do anything, because it's off a liquid damaged console and it's not in great condition. So that's it there, as you can see. It's not in great condition, but it's not bent. That's the main thing. It's not bent. That is a 1200 series thing, but it needs an ultrasonic clean before I can use it. Not that it would hurt it, but I wouldn't be able to use that. I wouldn't put that in a customer's console. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to straighten out this heatsink at all. They're too stiff. They need a hell of an impact to be able to get them to work, to be able to straighten them out. So, it's very doubtful that I'm going to be able to. Yeah, actually, that's not bad, right? That's not bad at all. And fair enough, the heat pipes are going to be a little bit bent, and that's a little bit damaged on the fins, but that's not going to affect the cooling enough to worry. That's not that bad, you know. That might be usable. You still have a slight bend in it there. What do you guys reckon? Talk to spec, yeah. Thank you, David. Yeah, so that's not that bad. It's probably better than charging the customer. I might just speak to him and just say, like, because I mean, I can use that, like I said. I don't think I can use this bottom case. This bottom case is mangled, man. Like, there, for example, look at the state of that. So, normally for a Wi-Fi chip, I would charge 75 quid. So, if I was to just give him a case as well, because I've got, obviously, you know, a case and stuff I can use. So, if I was to just give him a case and stuff as well and call it, like, 90 quid, 95 quid, 100 quid, whatever, it might be economically viable to do. I need to test the disk drive first. But yeah, that's got broken plastic everywhere. Can't really use that. So that's going to have to be thrown. The heatsink, like I said, that one is actually a bit straighter than the one that I've got here. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'll obviously have to give the customer the option, right? But what I do need to do as well is I need to check the power supply and see if the power supply is working. Because if the power supply is not working, then all of this is for nothing, right? Because there's no way the customer's going to pay for a power supply and a Wi-Fi chip. That's just not going to happen. Because he's already told me he doesn't want to spend more than £100 on the repair. So I need to make sure that this power supply works. So I'll move that out of the way. I'm going to pop this power supply in. So this is a customer's power supply. I used mine for testing just because I know it works. Always use a known good. When you're dealing with issues like this, oh wow, that's not going to work surely. Oh, look at that. But when you're dealing with things like this, always use a known good while you're working on the rest of it, because it's one less variable. So whenever possible, use a known good. Oh, hang on. It's taken a hell of an impact. For it to do this kind of damage, and then also, you know, for it to dent the heatsink itself. So I'm just trying to get this screw out so I can straighten this power supply out. For it to dent that heatsink itself like that, that's taken a hell of a hit. I'm not entirely convinced that this is drop damage, because my son threw a PS5 out the window upstairs and it didn't do this much damage. There we go. That straightened that out. Good stuff. It's like it was never there. Yeah. Make it make sense, David. Right. Make it make sense, mate. Oh, I don't fucking know. I'll give him 50 quid for this. Just having a working board, mate. I'll happily offer him 50 quid. I'll flog the fucking board tomorrow on eBay for 150. Fully working. Chances are the disk drive is going to be fucked as well. So the thing is though, is let's say when I buy stuff, right? It doesn't, like, my labour's free for myself. Like, my labour's free, right? Whereas I have to charge others for my time. But if I was doing it for myself, or I was doing it for, you know, fixing stuff to resell and stuff like that, that only costs me parts. But obviously when it comes to customers, this is time I could be spending doing other things, like sleeping. It's 2:12 AM. I should be sleeping, man. But yeah, no, I could be doing other things, right? So I have to charge for my time. But when it's my own stuff, you know, it's my choice to do it, I don't need to charge for that. Well, I'm not going to charge for that, rather. Okay, power supply is good by the look of it. Right, so that's a positive. So now we just need to test the disk drive. So scandalous. So I'm not going to fully reassemble it, obviously. I'm just going to pop the disk drive in. I'm going to wait for that to fully boot. Because if it's just literally the case, case isn't that big of a deal. I can sell the customer a case for, you know, like 20 quid or whatever. Normally I'd charge 75 quid for a Wi-Fi chip repair. But, and obviously I've done some trace repair on this, but that's not that bad. I mean, I've only been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes. And I did another repair before this with a trace repair and a controller, so I haven't spent that long on it. I mean, maybe if someone went back on the stream, they'd find out how long I've spent on it. But at the same time, I'm streaming, I'm talking, I'm doing other stuff while I'm doing the repair. It's not like I'm just cracking on with it and doing it in an hour, which I effectively would have been able to do if I wasn't streaming. Like, under an hour, I could quite easily get this done. I also need to check the fucking fan to see if the fan is going to work or if it's going to be warped. Because if it's going to be warped, then I can't give a fan away for free, because that's another thing I could sell, right? It might help if I plug the disk drive in. So like I said, I'm not reassembling this. I'm just loose test fitting everything to see what works, see what doesn't work. So the power supply works, that's good. Let's pop these antennas in, because I'm going to need to test the disk drive. So just for the purposes of, you know, completion and knowing what we've done works and whatnot, so I can advise the customer on what he needs, I need to test everything. So see what I mean about this case, though? There's plastic broken off everywhere. I can't use that top plate. Well, I could, but it would mean leaving half the screws out. That's a problem. So let's just pop that in there. I won't put this plate on because it's bent. Actually, I'll try and bend it back. I mean, these are flimsy as shit. As long as it's not creating excess pressure. So I need to screw the fan in just so I know if it's usable or not. See, so that'll put enough pressure on it to the point where I'll know if it's going to be causing an issue or not. Same as the disk drive, actually. I should be compressing that, but it's warped. Yeah, that fan. Oh, it's not plugged in. Fan's fine. The fan can stay as it is. Yes, it's a little bit bent on the top, but that's spinning fine. I'm not hearing any abnormal knocks. So now we just need to test the disk drive. I need to put some pressure on that just to... Yeah, that's... Disk drive is going to need repairing. Yeah. Probably going to need a new mechanism. It's taken an impact. That sucks. Right, let's just... Okay, I can remove the fan now. Let's just get rid of this case just in case that's what's stopping that. So I just want to make sure that it's not just this case stopping the disc going in. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Right, let's have a quick look at that then. Let's see what we can do with it. Might need a new mechanism though. An error 33. Okay, that's not bad. That's not terrible at all. Half that, really. Why am I taking that off? That needs to stay connected. Yeah, half that really on the real time that it would have taken me. Yeah, this plate is fucked. The entire plate is gone. It's shot. As in like the disk drive plate. It's mangled. I kind of suspected it was. Again, I really shouldn't do this kind of stuff, but with this, I mean, I can replace parts. If I've got them lying around, it's better than this ending up as scrap. But how far do I go in terms of replacing parts before I say, well, I can't just keep giving parts away? I mean, the plastics to the case, not really bothered. Disk drives, yeah, then I start to get bothered. Because they're, well, there's money in them, obviously. Right. So, so pop this plate off. I'm going to pop the plate off. Make sure it's all aligned. Ah. Right, okay. Yeah, so that plate is bent. And I don't think straightening it out is going to do much. Once they're bent, normally they're pretty much ruined. I doubt this is going to be salvageable. As in the plate, I mean. Very unlikely. Normally once they're bent, that's it, they're gone. They need to be replaced. I don't think that I'm going to be able to do much more at this £100 price point, to be honest. Like, if I've got to start replacing these disk drive parts as well, I'm going to have to start charging. So I'm going to leave it hanging free like that because I already know that this bottom plate is knackered. I can see it's physically bent. So I already know that's knackered. So at least with it like this, I can test and see if it's working. So let's have a look. Oh, nearly. Oh, 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 oh. Is it going to go? Let's have a look. Okay. Struggling. Damn it. How long's he been dead, guys? How long's the mic been dead? One minute. Okay, right. Right, so it needs a couple of replacement parts. So this plate here needs replacing. This plate here needs replacing because that's bent. That takes a hell of a lot of impact to damage that. Like, this is hardened steel, so yeah. But then we also need this mechanism plate here, as in this mechanism. Whoops. This mechanism here. That needs replacing as well, because even though it is taking a disc, it is struggling to take it. It is loading a game. I can hear it loading, but it is, look at that. Like, it is struggling to take that disc, and ideally that's going to need replacing. So I think the absolute fairest I can say on this, given the fact that we've got a Wi-Fi issue. See, you shouldn't push it out that far either. So we've got a Wi-Fi issue, which I've managed to fix, obviously. So I've replaced the Wi-Fi chip. I've done trace repair on the Wi-Fi chip. It needs a new case. The heatsink I can probably get away with reusing. The fan's fine. It needs some disk drive parts. I think the fairest I can really say on this is like £120, because I normally charge £75 to £80 for a Wi-Fi chip. And we need a whole case plus disk drive parts. So, yeah. I'm going to have to speak to the customer in the morning. The good news is it's working. Like I said, I can hear this disk drive loading. It's just struggling. But then that's inconsistent as well. Sometimes it's struggling, sometimes it's not. But at least we've got the thing working, right? So even if it's just for the sake of a video, even if I end up not fixing this for the customer and, you know, obviously, I'd have to take my Wi-Fi chip back off and whatnot. But yeah, even if I ended up not fixing it for the customer and taking my Wi-Fi chip back off, which would be the last thing I want to do because it's working at the minute. So if the customer said no, I'd offer to buy it off him, just because, well, yeah, I wouldn't want to break it again after I fixed it. But I obviously can't leave a Wi-Fi chip on there and just give him back a working console for nothing. But yeah, we've got to the bottom of it anyway. That's the main thing. It needs some replacement parts, disk drive housing, disk drive mechanism, and the case. That's what parts are needed to fix it. The heatsink, probably going to be reusing that. The fan, not really bothered about the bend in it because it's not causing an issue. But yeah, there we go. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, guys, because yeah, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. It is 2:30 AM. Normally this is around about my cut-off point when I'm streaming. Yeah, it is cheap, yeah. I want to help the customer out. He lives literally right behind me. Like, he lives in the street next to me. He saw the sign I've got outside the house and knocked the door, basically. Well, he called me and then knocked the door. I've got a sign outside the house showing that I do repairs and stuff. So, yeah, I want to help, you know, my community out, and I want to help people out as much as I can, but there's only so much I can do. I can't keep losing money. Like, I can't just say, yeah, don't worry about that, don't worry about that, don't worry about that, because that's not fair. The parts that I put into these, yes, I've got them on hand, but they've cost me money at some point. Whether it was 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago, they've still cost me money. So I have to make money back. But anyway, yeah. Did you want to make videos doing this to a PS5, watch a video to appreciate what we've gone through to get this far? I mean, it fell off his stand, so he's got one of those wall stand things and it fell off that. I wouldn't say it's directly his fault, really, personally. It's just those, oh, excuse me, those stands are absolutely awful. Don't use them, guys, please. Don't use those wall mounts, because they're crap. They're not secure, they're not safe. They're not designed to hold the weight and withstand the weight. These weigh 6 kilograms. Well, this one doesn't. These are about 4. But yeah, the original PS5 was about 6 kilograms. They're not designed to hold that weight. They're basically 3D printed crap. You're better off 3D printing your own, because you can put the infill to whatever you want. But yeah, anyway, thank you for watching, everyone. I really appreciate it. Take care. See you later.